Okay, this is part 6 of the mostly fresh start Elementalist. We'll be finishing today. Wherever we end up, and we'll either start a new quasi SSF run on Tuesday, or we'll speed level an actual build that I want to play. Haven't quite decided yet, but anyway, let's. We're level 99. Let's check our devotions. Alright, so this is level 25. This is 16. It's not bad. This could still use some. Yeah, 14. Max level. Max level. 19 out of 20. So, I mean, we're going to do some farming, so I don't think we're going to bother with the XP pot now, but let's run to Malmouth Outskirts at least, and then we can farm a Flame Strife. I think we still need one of those. Yeah, this Shambler Amulet's good enough, and we want to upgrade our Martin's Crest as well. Maybe get a better Watcher Belt, depending on... Thing is, with the Watcher Belts, that if we get Infernal Knight, we probably are going to use that, so I'm not super inclined to go to Port Valbury if I can avoid it. Alright. Seal Binding, I'll take that. They're at, what, man, 94. There's no way we're getting to Nemesis with them in a reasonable period of time. The Grava Pants would be nice, but the fact that you then have to farm and you might get Benny instead of Grava. Kind of not worth it. think we're at the point where probably could have taken, since I'm not really picking them up, I could have taken normal greens off a while ago, but... Alright, we got this rift gate. Let's, you see, get the blue zombie taken care of now if we can. So that's mostly cleared in case he's in that location, but we'll clear this pathing as well, and then check the two easier ones first. Good day, welcome in, Viley. Alright, so we need to unsummon our Wind Devils. And we don't have... I was gonna say, we don't have any plus to Shaman gear, so... Do I have anything that has Wind Devil stuff on it? I don't think I do. So... I guess I'll just put... I'll just 1 point Maelstrom. Kibbitz, welcome in. No, I've been doing this character entirely on stream, Viley, so no no off stream upgrades. All right, zombie. Yes, you're here, and okay, you guys leave me alone. Yeah, let's go save. How long is their leash range? One guy I didn't kill. Great. Okay. 2. Oh, come on. You're gonna block the zombie. You gotta be kidding me. No, no. Not cool. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Right. Give the gifts. Done. Okay, so let's try to get a Flame Strife. Flame Strife, Martin Crest. I don't even know if Martin Crest is the best item. Let me forget what I might have come up with before, but see if there's any Blackwater Cocktail medals. Yeah, okay. Cult of Belial has Mark of Burning Shadows. We would need rep since we're kind of simulating SSF on this. Only respected. That's a little rough. Have a flame strife. Is it good? Alright, so it's. I mean, Mystic is horrible. Of Wildfire is obviously good. Look, it's more damage. It's annoying that it's more damage since it's still not really that great of an item, but I feel like 269 versus wait, no, that's not even a full upgrade because if you add the percent elemental, it's less fire. It is way more burn though. Um, oh, and this is way more damage because it's casting speed, and we're using Conflag until we get Serenity. Right. Okay. So it's not really that big of an upgrade. All right. So for now, see if we get a better Martin Crest. But I do think we're going to try to get Mark of Burning Shadows, or if we get a Blaze Seer medal, that wouldn't be bad either, but yeah. Problem with Blaze Seer is a random drop. It's blue, so it's a reasonable random drop, but it's not still not a guarantee by any stretch. Hold on. What do we have here? This is Vigorous of Ulzuin's Flame, but it's low level. Stalwart is not great. Insight is not bad. The energy regen on that's kind of nice. Alright, we lose a bunch of HP for this, but we get a bunch of armor. We're gonna push our luck with the transmute one more time. For now, at least. Nope, we did. Well, you know what? I mean, it is a bunch of flat fire to Blackwater Cocktail, and this is 5% health. I mean, I really want the amulet, but this might be a reasonable. It's got energy regen as well. I don't care about acid Devit. It's got OA. It's more fire, more burn. CDR. I think, even though this really isn't Abyss, I think we still take it. It's like what our OA is significantly better with that. Yeah, we need to get some health somehow. Maybe we take diamond. I think we can afford one. Alright, what does a prismatic diamond need? It's alright. Arcane Spark, Radiant Gem, Wrathstone, Arcane Lens. Dense Fur. Alright, we got that. Yeah, this should all be fine at this point. Yeah, Wrathstone is, yeah, okay. Dense Fur. Molten. Shell. Radiant. And we need an Arcane Spark. That's easy, actually, for us. Yeah, we've plenty. Take Diamond. Alright, we got a Prismatic Diamond now. It's a Circuit Breaker. It's a little bit of a upgrade. Alright. Sell some more gear, I think. We're not going to use this again. This will keep as a leveling item. This is only level 92. It's not even that special, but Searing of Sanctification. Purifiers of Alacrity just doesn't seem worth keeping. Yeah, this is another... So, Spellbreakers of the Eagle. What does Spellbreakers give me? It's Night's Chill and Star Pact. I'm gonna put that in stash for item assistant in the future, but oh, this we have to take the augment off. Oh yeah, we can fight Dreeg boss again. That's another thing we can do. Hey, welcome in, G2. Yeah, if we get a good set of Dreeg pants with you know, OA, stun res, regen, it's probably about as good as we're going to get, because we're not going to farm infamy with the Chthonians. Watch, we'll get great Dreeg pants, then we do an SR run, and we'll get random pair of Grava pants, but that'd be a good problem to have. I'm not gonna complain if that happens. of damage. Fortunately, we regen, but flag bearers with decay. That's not even good. If that wasn't of the Aether, I'd be very happy with it, but those are at least good enough to go in the stash for some future build. Alright, let's reset. We'll do, keep trying to get the Flame Strife upgrade. Yeah, some sets desperately call out for greens. Just went to 2k health a couple times. Yeah, I mean, Blast Shield is good, but ideally you want to rely on more than just that. Alright. We're going to do SR 14 for the skill points and such. It's a little, could be a tiny bit dicey, but we'll take it slow. Yeah, Rune Carved the Vitality is pretty okay. We've got movement speed. Yeah. I don't really care about many of the mutators. I say we're going to take it slow, and here we are in the middle of a massive pack of enemies. Maybe marinating in cocktail, but still. We do have good AoE. That's the one thing. Let's be a little cautious. What's up, Master Halls? Welcome in. Vitality, Fire Strike, Defiler. That's the Gargable gun build, right? Abadoth, Corvin, Titanivore, Wraith of Sorrows. Let's go left to right. Titanivore. Oh, you hit me with a Sunder. Jeez. Single target is the problem with this build. I'm deliberately not dodging the Sunders, which is not the right way to do this, but... Abadoth. Ooh, okay, you hurt a little. Alright, we're going to do a second shard because we might actually get a tiny bit of loot. Hey, welcome in, Trixie. Double rare Namadea's Eye is going to be nice, yeah. Look forward to hearing how that turns out. Yeah. This is chill farming, AoE stuff. This is great. Single target, not quite so much. Could have sworn I saw an arcane. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I hallucinated that. I don't really want to fight Iron Maiden. Seems like with a fire damage build with low single target damage, that just seems like a disaster. I don't want to do that. Whoa. Let's check. We have regen, but let's not take too much damage. That's Moosey. I don't think we have freeze res, so we're not going to do that if we can help it. Well, now I'm curious. What is our freeze res is 45%. So no, we're not going to fight Moosey. This is like the best possible level you could get if you're running short on time and you need to make it up. It might be my favorite level in all of SR. So many elites, nothing really that dangerous. Just tons of mobs to kill and gain clock. Caraxes, Durg, Luna, Volgoth. Alright, that's going to get us to level 100. Let's see if we have any good loot. Let's say not really. Take a look, but I feel like most of this is pretty unimpressive. I've got 1 million of these. I'm just going to sell it. I have enough of these. Alright, Storm Charged of Thunder is a decent roll for that. Mystic, I'm not going to keep. Yeah, we really didn't get that much. Maybe a little bit of gold, but that's about it. Yeah. Nothing super exciting, unfortunately. Spirit Guide. We had that extra point here just to... Oh, we also did this without Wind Devils. Well, that explains why killing stuff took a little bit longer. Yeah, when you unsummon your Wind Devils to Get the blue zombie. Make sure you resummon them. Let's give us a bit more shred. Good morning, Captain Keen. Welcome in. I do want to see. Let's see. Yeah, Mark of Burning Shadows is unfortunately revered, so I feel like we have to try to get that. Alright, we can put a couple things in the stash now. I might keep these in case I change my mind. Alright, well, we've shown that this build, even without really top tier MIs, can do SR 35 or 14, 15 without much of a problem. It's going to reset. We'll continue to farm Flame Strife. And we may do Forgotten Gods on lower difficulties, just speed run it for rep as part of getting where we need to be so that we can buy the Mark of Burning or craft the Mark of Burning Shadows. Infernal of Scorching. That will do nicely. 394 chaos, 410 burn. Yep. Oh, and it's another plus to cocktail, so we'll be slightly overcapped. Alright, we create cunning. And let's see, what's our 2130 and 1597, and we'll you know what, I'm gonna keep this Flame Strife actually. It's a good leveling item for future builds. Might actually switch to a Sealed Destruction. We need Void Touched ammo. Okay. We have the blooms. Alright. So, what were the numbers we were talking about? Yeah, 2130 and 1597. We are now 2198 and 1693. So it's like another 100% damage, which is pretty good. That's an upgrade we can be pretty happy with. Alright, and we still need to farm Gallus for a better ring. Let's, and get a point off of a Blackwater Cocktail as well.
What troubles you?
We've reset, I think, so we can refarm Drieg as well. Well, Formidable of Thunder, which is, again, not what we need, but, I mean, it's a reasonable item, at least. Alright. It's gonna take a quick 2-minute break and, maybe get myself a little more iced coffee. I'll be right back. Alright, let's maybe get into the Mammoth Sewers. Because we can farm Galacros again. I might also do some totems just to see if we get lucky with any good items. We'll get the Rift Gate and then we'll port back there. Hey Susie, welcome in.
You better have a damn That's what. You better have a damn good The black. I don't. So yeah. If you're the ethereal.
And welcome in Suffocate as well. You are you're playing TQ2. How are you liking it so far? I've mostly been hearing good things in general, but obviously it's an early access game. It's going to need time and work. So I'm moderately curious. If we use Stormfire instead. So Stormfire does way less damage, apparently. Interesting. But we are going to be switching to Serenity at some point, most likely. So we are Sundered. It's like he has an initial Sunder attack, and then that's it. I'm very confused by what he's supposed to be doing. Alright. Aether Fire, Fortitude for the wrong MI, but... Alright, we'll reset. We'll do Drieg and Galacros again. They have a great base, but obviously the base is going to need building on. It's like a good foundation. Seraphim of Protection. What is that giving me? Percent cunning and spirit, and maybe Elirez and fire retail. Not great. All right, let's go back. Galacros again. You're leveling the lightning Runicalister meatball. Nice. How are you liking it? I do think I'm actually going to do that as a SSF series after this. I am so confused by Galacros's like one-time Sunder that he sometimes does. I have no idea what the story is with it. It's just bizarre. Stalwart of Soul Warding. Again, not really. Wrong one, so not useful for us. About to move to Elite. Nice. Yeah, it's... I have no idea what causes him to do the Sunder Viley. It's just... It's weird because you would think he would do it every time and that it would have some sort of a cooldown where he repeats it, but that doesn't happen. So, just no idea. Like, almost every other boss repeats their Sunder. And, like, he Sunders when I come to him, but when I kind of dragged him to me, he didn't do it. So... No Sunder. Still does plenty of damage, though. Still hits hard. Witchblades of Scorching. So, of Scorching seems good. I don't know what Witchblades is. But it's a massive armor upgrade. It's a damage upgrade. Is Witchblades giving me Petrify Res, maybe? And percent health? Because that seems pretty good, actually. And that's my... Poison Overcap is fine, so we can just swap this out. Chains of Oleron will get another one. Alright. These gloves have no health. I feel, we definitely can do better, I think, but... Haven't found a great pair of gloves yet. Formidable Thunder is good. Yeah. Yeah, we've got some decent Dreeg pants, just not for our build. It's kind of funny when the SSF character is picking up items for non-SSF characters. Alright. We have a... I think I'm happy with our Galacros item. Let's do Dreeg, and then we have to start farming Gallus as well. Shrewd of Ruin. Not even gonna bother picking those up. Alright, let's go find Gallus. Already got your level 60 relic. Biff, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys. We have picked up a couple of upgrades so far. We have a Infernal of Scorching, Flame Strife, and a Witchblades, which has % health and Petrify Res of Scorching Galacros Singed Plating. So we're slowly becoming a marginally acceptable build. And get some sleep, Biff. Have a good one, and thanks again for the raid. I'll see you around. Right, where? Oh, there we go. Be nice if Gallus would drop a good ring, and then I didn't have to come back down here again, but he seems to like to troll us, so we'll see. Aggressive of Shattered Reality is not a bad roll, but not for us. I like how Kuba is not even coming over here. He's just chilling in the corner. Which I don't think he's really worth fighting right now. I don't need his pants. Alright, so we'll go back. We'll farm Gallus. Alright. Dreeg boss again. We'll just do Dreeg boss and Gallus for a bit. No, we're not fighting Kuba. Alright, Dreeg boss and Gallus. Warding of heroism. No, that's completely useless. Subjugators of soul warding so bad. Yeah. This character might be my worst RNG ever with Gallus. Menacing of the Void. I mean, not for this character. This could be a okay role for something else. Alright, let's go to Gallus again. I think probably just Chthonian Totems, Bloodgrove. You could do the Ligorian area. I assume Bastion of Chaos is good, but that's going to take a skeleton key, which costs a blood, which sort of defeats the purpose. Good morning, Slick. Welcome in. I mean, a Void Fire... Puncturing is worthless. A Void Fire isn't bad, but... still not really worth me picking up. This is a very nice roll for another character. Like, we're getting great stuff for other builds. Okay, Clerics of the Eagle, that is what we want. We are done with Druid boss for now. Okay, we were gonna need Aether Overcap, but that's fine. We go Scaled Hide, actually fix our armor absorption finally. We should put a actually, our trap res is actually fine. We don't need the Chains of Oleron. Maybe we do Ace. We have 23 blooms. Could do a Sacred Plating. I think I'm going to stick to the chains for now. We can always change it out. Alright, we do, however, need some Aether Res. Yeah, you should be. I feel like you should be able to get bloods reasonably efficiently. All right. All right. That will work for now. Our resistances are fixed. We have more OA now because the Dreek pants. Belt needs an upgrade. Martin Crest needs an upgrade. Still need a Gallus ring. Let's go get a Martin Crest. almost to 20k health now, which, I mean, regen Elementalist, you want a bunch of health so that you don't get one shot and you can really take advantage of the regen. Yeah, our max regen's up to 8100. It's like 5k when at least one of the procs is up. And it's 3100 with no procs, so it's still reasonable, actually. Aether Fire of the Boar. Oh no, that's the helm. The Martin Crest was Vigorous as Squalls, which for some build might not be bad, but it's not what we need. Actually, we go to Twin Falls. I'm gonna do the Twin Falls totem, and then maybe we'll kill Gallus again. Like, I need to change up this farm ever so slightly. If we do some totems, we might get lucky with a random legendary. So there's that to think about. All right, we've already done Gauss on this run. Okay. Hold on, this is actually Elementalist of Mending. Okay, so it's Maelstrom and full spread, which isn't really that useful, but it's a bunch of health regen. It's more damage. It's percent spirit. Guess it's Petrify Res again. I mean, we lose 33 OA and a little bit of Elemental Res and a little bit of Bleed Res, which is basically still fine. And what's this do for our... yeah, our base regen goes up to almost 3,500. We definitely need a Ward Stone. And maybe one Bloodied Crystal. Hold on, what are... Disengage. Charge a foe. Now I want... Okay. Yeah, we want a charge. We might just have to play play the classic frozen one. Do we have a Celestial Lotus? No, so we actually can't craft that. Alright, we'll use this for now still, and make sure is that still bound to rush. Perfect. All right, let's reset. I think I just did Martin, but we'll fight. We'll keep farming Gallus. We are at least making some legitimate progress on these gear upgrades. We've got a better weapon. We have a better metal. We have good pants. These, I mean, the roll is nice, but obviously it's a level 50 something item. So that's not going to work long term. Lightbringers, I mean, Lightbringers is elemental damage, but it's also apparently bleed res. Hold on, what is Lightbringers? That might actually not be bad. I mean, of Alacrity is not great. So Lightbringer. Alright, percent elemental, percent spirit, cast speed, light radius, chaos res, bleed res. I just... That feels not good enough. Do a couple of totems and reset. Venom Tongue Mantle. It's absolutely nothing for me. Go Blood Grove. Yeah, Gauss is really dropping me junk. Yeah, and I'm sure as you get higher level gear as well, it's just yeah, it's just straight up in terms of the damage. rune carved is nice. Alacrity is kind of not. I mean, it is pierce, elemental, and bleed res. It is damage. It is health. I don't know if yeah, we're gonna keep farming. This is not like the problem is of alacrity is a completely useless affix for us. Like it's not a bad, it's a good Gaullus ring for a different build, but yeah, totem farming on a rune build is just something else. Like even the of celerity for the other ring isn't great. Like we have pretty crappy rolls so far. I'll pick up the maniacal protection, but it's not for us. Hold. I mean, if we transmute this, we have a 50-50 shot of getting something that we actually would use. Although we might even use the belt. Let me see. What's our okay, we've got 5 Eldritch Essence. And we want to transmute. Okay, health, vit, elemental res, max cold fire, lightning, +2 to demon fire. Yeah, that's an instant yes, I think. And we'll again, we'll take the ward stone. So at least we got something on that run. We have a ton of vit res now. So let's do Bloodied Crystal. Although I kind of don't want to do that yet. I want to wait till we get a gall string I know we're going to keep before I upgrade the component. It'd be good for another build. It's not for us, though. I mean, Demonic of Alacrity for some other build would be a decent roll, so, like, at least in theory, we are getting items that other builds can use. Try some incendiary shoulder plates as well. We'll Twin Falls Totem. Again, just see if we get lucky, get something that helps our build. It's like, don't count on it, but could happen. Mage Storm of Thunder. Great for lightning build. We are not a lightning build. Alright, we are resetting. Just 2 bloods left, not bad. Alright, Tempest of the Fox. That is something. If I can find it. Demonic Alacrity, Mage of Thunder, Rune Carved, Magical Protection. Alright, so we lose a little bit of OA, which isn't great, but we get more damage, we fix our bleed res. Like, it's an improvement over Demonic of Attack. So we will take it. Alright, and we're going to craft the Bloodied Crystal now. Alright. So we got a bunch of good Gala strings. Most of them were useless for our build, but it's at least feels like the farming is not completely wasted. Like, these are fantastic pants if we were a cold build. Well, obviously we're not, but Aggressive of Shattered Reality would be good on another build. Stanchion. Okay, that one's not great, but Puncturing of Voidfire is probably not great either. Vigorous of Shadows is nice. Demonic of Alacrity, again, like, Wraithbound Ruin isn't the best, but like, Rune Carved of Alacrity is good. Might hang on to that one just in case. Mage Storm of Thunder is great for the right build. Like, we're finding some reasonable stuff for other builds here, so it's not all bad. All right. We'll take a quick break, be back in just a minute or two. Okay, we're back. We're going to farm Gallus a bit more. I think that's the right play here. Just continue to do that for a bit. Actually, let's take a quick... I'm just going to drop down to normal because I don't want to deal with Locksmere. And see if we can get a better Watcher Belt in Port Valbury. We've got skeleton keys, so we're good in that regard. We got like a very low level affix on our belt, so probably also want to do some bloom farming at some point just to be able to craft a few nicer components. Like, I feel like living armor, sacred plating, that kind of thing would be nice for some more OA, more health, fit res, etc. Alright, I think it's pretty much inevitable. We're moving fairly fast through this, but we will pick up some Aether Crystals. Yeah, you can still be reasonably speedy going through Port Valbury and grab some crystals. I've already got, I think we started with 99. I think we're already at like 12 or 13 that we've picked up. Okay, that is absolute hot garbage. Um, I really only care about the demo belt, so we're going to exit and we're going to try again. Bubble Gambonia, welcome in. Alright, let's try Port Valkyrie again. Let's see if... I mean... God, bleed res and percent spirit. Could you drop a worse... You probably could drop a worse belt. Today is not the day of RNG for certain items. But, you know, happens on SSF runs. Sometimes you just don't get what you want for a while. But no matter what, by the end of today, we're going to fight Lokar. We'll get as geared up as we reasonably can. Hopefully get a bit more OADA. And we will see what happens. So if it says percent elemental damage, it affects fire damage directly. If it's flat, like just 20 elemental damage, it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So like 21 would be better. 21 elemental damage would be 7 fire, 7 cold, 7 lightning. But plus 50% fire, plus 50% elemental would be plus 50% fire, plus 50% cold, plus 50% lightning, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean in general, like the element you want is probably going to be better, but like it kind of it also depends on the role. Like you know, I have Tempest Gallus Ring, which is percent elemental and percent burn, frostburn, and electrocute, but Tempest also gives me offensive ability, bleed res. I think it might give elemental res as well. So like a rare affix like that gives you percent elemental and such is probably going to be good. Yeah, the other thing I guess is that some affixes that give percent elemental don't give burn, frostburn, or electrocute, whereas usually like something like infernal, which is fire based, or scorching, which is fire based, is going to give the damage over time, so the burn as well as the fire. Um, 1 silver. No, I. Sorry if that wasn't clear. So what happens is, let's find a safe place. Oh, I say that and all right. So, like, take a look at this weapon see where it says 13 to 30 fire damage. Imagine that was 30 elemental flat. The 30 flat elemental would be 10 of each. But like this ring here, percent elemental is 50% fire. It's plus 50% fire, lightning, and cold. I'll demonstrate it quickly here. We have so we're at 2320 fire. This ring is giving us 50% elemental. So I take this off. I'll also have some plus 36 elemental on the augment. So we lose 86% fire because we took this ring off. We put this back on, even though it's all percent elemental. We get our fire back. Yeah, flats divided. Percent is boosts each one. Exactly. And thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Alright. We are hoping to get a better demolitionist watcher belt. We'll see if that actually happens. And Bubble Gumboni, thanks for the follow as well. Getting some Aether Crystals, at least, for all this farming. So it's not a total loss. Okay, Impervious of the Winter Storm is kind of sad. It's not a bad roll, but it's not... I hate that there's one affix which is completely useless. Like this, if I was playing a Cold Saboteur Nightblade demo, Impervious of the Winter Storm with the extra cold damage would be perfect. But we're a fire build. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Yeah, this game will definitely hook you 1 silver, and yeah, I really like the campaign in Grim Dawn, and I like the essentially almost endless endless replayability and build diversity, and just the pure number of different items that you can play around. It's pretty fun. I played a bit of PoE too. I like I thought the cinematics and boss fights were cool. I absolutely despise the loot system in PoE 2. And LE I will get to one of these days. And two-handed or one-handed with shield, both are very viable and both can be very survivable. It really depends on what you're going for. Like, if you're playing, for instance, a shaman is going to have a bunch of two-handed bonuses, especially if you're using savagery. Something like Oathkeeper is going to have a lot of shield bonuses, and certain weapon, like the shaman weapon pool skills, require two-handed weapons. Oathkeeper, the smite and shattering smash. Smite adds shield damage. Shattering smash only requires a shield. So, provided you're planning around what you want to do, you can use both. Shield is probably on average tankier, but it doesn't have to be. You're playing Commando. Valgor. There's a set called Ludrigan, which is which you play with Shaman and Arcanist, and it has a bunch of bonuses to the Shaman's Storm Totem ability. Like this is this right here. There's also a if you're leveling, there's an item called a Storm Strife, which you can get from a boss over this area. It's like east of Coven's Refuge. She can drop 1 of 3 items. The Storm Strife has a bunch of boosts to the Storm Totem, so you can play with totems while you're leveling until you get Ludrigan as well. Like, I think in general, you're going to want to, if you either go on grimtools.com, it'll have lists of items that boost certain skills. Most skills are going to have a green monster infrequent item that you can target farm from certain mobs that will benefit your skills. Like the boss I was just talking about, Janaxia, who can drop a Storm Strife. She also has this Flame Strife, which adds extra fire damage to Blackwater Cocktail, which is my main skill. Okay, what was I was going to do something. I got distracted by chat. Let me do a quick run, see if we get better shoulders. Yeah, Dark One set is good. There's also, you can play Dark One, plus, there's an item called, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name. It's, I think it's a Bone Scythe, which adds extra Wendigo totems. And you can play that and spam a skill called Bone Harvest as well. Okay. Thunder... Oh, we're still on normal. That's... So we need to reset and do Port Valkyrie again. Blue Vegas, Inquisitor plus Occultist, so Deceiver. Yeah, that's that can be a fun class. I don't know what damage type you're going for. You can play Chaos Rune of Callistor, which is there's a boss. Like if you go east of Burwich Village, repair the bridge, and you kind of go up north. I think it's the Burwich Cathedral area. Father Abadoth drops a offhand, which converts all the damage of Rune of Callistor to Chaos. And there's also you have Doombolt and some other stuff you can play around with. There's good options there. Right. We are going back to try to get another Watcher Belt. In fact, the next SSF build I'm going to be doing is actually... I'm going to be using Rune of Callistor, but playing the Lightning version. And until I figure out the next thing that I really want to speed level, I'll probably do 1 or 2 more SSF builds after this. So it just provides a slightly different challenge. Because you actually have to find the gear, as opposed to just going into your stash. fine. Just I think I said this already, but it bears repeating for anyone new to the game. Grimtools.com is your best friend. You can search for. You can kind of cobble together builds. I would say be careful of the builds that are, listed as in the build guide in Grim Tools, because they're not necessarily vetted. But the item database is great. You can search for skill modifiers for any skill in the game that you want to use. It'll tell you what items you can have. If it's a green item, it will tell you where you can target farm it or who drops it. So for me, what I do on these SFF runs, I don't reset blueprints or anything or redo my save files. You can argue it's not pure SSF for that reason, but I start a new character. I don't touch the shared stash, and any blueprint that requires a certain level of reputation with a faction, I don't use until I've acquired that reputation with a faction. And then all of the gear I use has to be whatever this character found. So I think pure SSF, you would reset your blueprints and everything, but since I like to go back and forth between whatever I'm streaming or maybe doing some SR runs or other things in between, it's just not worth it. So this is kind of the compromise I've stumbled across. And like, if you're doing pure SSF or you're new to the game and trying to build your first character and build your stash, you probably want to pick up all the green items and sell them for iron, because you need to buy blueprints and such. Since I don't need to buy blueprints, since I didn't reset them, I'm a little bit more lackadaisical about picking up and selling stuff. Alright. So, if we don't get what we want here, we have to start actually making our own skeleton keys. Which isn't ideal. Alright. Oh my god. Thunderstruck. Like, these are things that would be good for other characters. That they have one really nice affix and one that's totally useless. That's too much of a mouthful, Meatball. I could never just say that. Okay. Blade Master can be very good. It depends on how you build it. But I mean, that's most things in this game. All right, we're gonna make. Okay, we have 17 blood, so we can make a couple of skeleton keys. And I think it's time we make Serenity. So let's see if this smith is here on normal. Now that's fair, Bubblegum Boney. That, like, when you're just starting out, you don't know what you're doing. It's very easy to miss some nuances that can be the difference between a good build and a not so good build. Wendigo Spirit. This requires Ethereal Missives. I have 13 of these. Alright. So now we should be able to craft Serenity. Alright, Fortitude. Oh, we need a Resilient Plating. We need a Leathery Hide. Stone. What is it? Ballistic plating is what again? Imbued silver? Oh no, that's resilient plating. Okay. Fortitude. Fortress, Citadel. We have the one Killerian Soul. Perfect. Stone, Citadel. Okay, we have our Serenity. There it is. Rolled with Freeze Res, which, you know, ironically, we actually kind of need right now, so that's not the worst. And that's going to give us some more health and +1 to skills, so I'm going to reset. I'm going to take a couple points out of Shaman that we no longer need. Farming for Eye of the Storm. Yeah, that's rough. Farming for specific stuff you need can be challenging. Tries your patience, definitely. Alright, I don't think we have too much in Shaman that we're actually... I will take one out of here, and... I mean... I'll leave this. Okay, a bit more chance of fumble. And... let's grab a little more DA. I feel like that's probably the right thing to do here. Yeah. This Pervasive Vitality, we'll take that. Searing of Wildfire? That's not the max level. Alright, let's Let's hope we actually get a decent Watcher Belt. I would be very happy if we don't have to come back here. Haven't decided on the class. The kind of the classic answer is Paladin, but I'm wondering if I can do it as a Purifier to do something a little bit different. Yeah, the when Fang's Vasterkarn comes out, I do think they probably announced it a bit early. It got a bit ambitious with what they wanted to do as a small team, but I'm sure it'll be great when it comes out. And yeah, that will be very exciting. But I just don't want to get too excited because we don't know when it's going to come. But yeah, the Ascended mode in the campaign, where you basically get to play the entire campaign on a higher level difficulty. It's pretty cool. New area, new mobs. Sure, there'll be a bunch of MIs. And yeah, the new mastery. Mighty of the Untamed. I mean, Mighty is just physique, which is a little bit of health and DA. It's not great. Of the Untamed is pretty nice because that is, that's what, health, Aether Res, OA. Yeah, that's true, Suffolk. Yeah, just adding the mastery alone is a ton of work. Alright, so we lose a little bit of DA, we gain OA. We actually might not lose DA when all is said and done because 10% physique. Alright, we get health. We gain Vit Res, we gain Aether Res, we lose Poison Res. Which, let me see. Well, our DA and OA actually go up. Our health goes up. Yeah, you know what? This is not the perfect item, but we're going to take it. It's good enough. Anti-venom salve. Now we're going to go back to Ultimate. I think I'm going to try to continue to get some Gallus rings and see if we can upgrade our shoulders. We don't have too much that we can realistically upgrade. Like, we could get super lucky with the right pair of gloves, but... Alright, we were 1% overcapped on poison. But massively so on... and yeah, we're massively overcapped on Pierce. So, if we really wanted, we could probably get Rovers to Revered for their augments. But let's go back to Gallus. Yeah, Vindicator is an option. Yeah, you could do, you know, you could also do Lightning Rune Callistor and Storm Totems. So you could do one Storm Strife and then the Lightning Runes. And yeah, you go regen on that. It's like Vindicator, Paladin, Purifier. I feel like there's viable options for all of them. With Purifier, you get some sustain from being able to leech with the Stunjacks. And yeah, Vindicator, you'd need to do full regen. Well, we summoned Kuba, but we're not going to fight him. He can just go chill where he is. Yeah, this is about on brand in terms of absolute hot garbage items we don't want. Alright, see if Cronley's gang wants to drop us some shoulders. Yeah, Inquisitor isn't the best for a regen build. Shaman is still very strong, though. Pervious Vicious Barb, is this level 94? Yeah, okay, we'll pick that up for another character. Getting all the incendiary casks, but no shoulders. Alright, I'm going to drop a couple things in the stash and then we'll reset. I think Elite is worth it for the reputation and experience. You don't have to do it though. It ends up coming down to personal preference. I might even be in the minority in liking Elite in terms of relatively experienced Grim Dawn players. But I find it makes my life a lot easier. I think once you have a max level character that can farm, that's revered with everyone, and you can buy faction mandates that will accelerate your rep gain, you could probably get away with skipping Elite more often. But until you have that, you probably want the to have Elite so that you can get everything to revered and start stashing quality of life stuff for future characters. And for me, at least, when I speed level, I find playing a lot on normal and elite is the most efficient, pain-free way to get to 94 as fast as reasonably possible. Wait, did I miss something? Maybe not go far enough north. Really wish there was a quest marker for. Oh, not that it would help us once we've done the quest, but little quality of life thing. Yeah, the people who made Item Assistant are fantastic. It makes life so much better. Okay. That is a bloody brilliant drop. Harmonious is health, energy, poison res. Literally everything we need. This is massive. We'll put the Hexer's Delight on for now. We probably are going to use a different augment ultimately, but yeah, normal is definitely a lot faster than veteran. Veteran, it's kind of a trap. All right, we don't need Aether or Chaos overcap, so we're just... You know, all this looks pretty good. We will do a Bloodied Crystal, I think. I'm going to farm some blooms now. The goal is going to be put a sacred plating and living armor in our shoulders and chest respectively. That'll give us some more OA, more health, and Aether and Chaos Res. So we'll do that. We'll finish the campaign, and then we'll have a chance to fight Lokar. So bloom farming is, for me, just killing Sylvaria on repeat, basically. And killing stuff or turning over stumps that could have blooms on your way. We also do need to get an upgraded shoulder. So this is plus the Raging Tempest, which is a little bit more RR. It's less percent elemental damage. We lose a spirit in DA. I feel like it's not really that big of an upgrade. So we'll pass on that. We need some more blooms, so do a couple more runs for that. There are definitely gradations of tankiness, but like I think the issue you kind of come across is that you can be really tanky and have poor sustain, or you can be less tanky but have amazing sustain, whether it's life leech or regen. And a less tanky build with good damage and sustain, practically speaking, can probably do more 90 against 98% of content. But yeah, you can definitely go heavy armor, heavy phys res, maximum all resistances, and so forth, and put together something that's pretty tanky. But like with everything, there's going to be some balance, because if you sell out for tankiness and you have no damage, then you have a bit of a problem. Yeah, if you have enough sustain and enough, health and tankiness to not get one shot, you can face tank most things. I will say these super bosses that have a Sunder ability that results in you taking twice the normal amount of damage are going to be risky to face tank, even on a very tanky build. And some of those videos are going to be on softcore, and they show the time they succeeded and not the times that they died. So you always take that with a little bit of a grain of salt, but it's still cool to see what people can do. I've seen people playing it. It looks cool. Good base. Seems like it has potential, but I kind of want to wait a little bit longer when it's either full release or at least a bit more advanced in early access. I'd like to see a bit more content, more masteries, and so forth. But from what I've seen, it seems like they've done a pretty good job so far. Alright, we need a total of 32 blooms, I believe, for this. Actually, we need more because I want to make the Bloody Crystal, so we need a total of 40. We have to do one more run. Hey, 57 is very solid for a first hardcore run. The Dreeg boss in sort of the hidden area, that rat. Yeah, that guy can be a bit of a nightmare, especially if your poison res isn't capped. Corvin Basin. Trying to think what that might be. Right now. And I know it's in Forgotten Gods. I'm just trying to think what specific boss. Okay, so if we weren't playing double Gallus, this would be a really nice ring for us. As it happens, it'll be a really nice ring for some other character. Hey, welcome in, Morndale. We're doing reasonably well. I need to get a max level secondary shoulder plate, and we're just getting some blooms to put a couple components, higher level components on gear. But yeah, we are getting pretty close to the point where we're gonna finish Malmuth, Forgotten Gods, and then try Lokar. And we actually got some nice Gallus rings and Watcher belts that just weren't right for our character. Like, we got a impervious demo belt with a rare cold suffix, which would be great for a future Saboteur, but just isn't useful now. We end up taking Mighty of the Untamed, which was an OA, DA, and health boost. Glacial Frostbite, not bad. We got this Infernal of Scorching, solid. Gauss Rings, we got a Harmonious of Attack, which is pretty clutch. And this Tempest of the Fox is okay. We converted a Blaze Seer ring into the metal. Galacros Witchblades of Scorching. And we have a Clerics of the Eagle Dreeg Pant. And yeah, Mighty of the Untamed. It's like, it's about as, I feel like it's about as good as we're going to get without really pushing it. So, right. All right, Crystal is Resilient, Silk Swatch, Fang, all right, Rotten Heart, Living Armor, so make sure, do we have enough Ancient Armor Plates? Please tell me yes. Yeah, we do. Perfect. Figured that wouldn't actually be an issue, but we'll take the yeah, we'll keep the item. Salvage. Keep item. Add back poison res. Put the living armor on. And I guess back to trying to get a respectable incendiary shoulder plate. Yeah, armor absorption is one of those little hidden stats that they could definitely be a little bit more obvious about. It's usually on normal, not a huge deal, but as you get on higher difficulties and physical hits get harder, you definitely want your armor to be working. All the incendiary casks, none of the shoulders. At this point, I'll even take a level 91. Yeah. I mean, if you're new to the game and such, Nemesis monsters are definitely gonna be rough. And even some of them for certain builds are gonna be challenging no matter what. Incendiary cask again. Alright, let's reset. A couple more tries, and then we kind of, to finish on schedule, need to just roll with what we have. Like, if we don't get one this time, I'm actually kind of tempted to just run through Malmoth and finish that. I may skip the Black Iron Docks and just push right for Crown Hill. Ignore all the optional content. Kill Theoden. Yeah, they really don't want to drop me their shoulders. Alright, well, I'm going to put on the sacred plating as well.
Burning is my specialty.
Keep item. Yeah, we'll make a sacred plating. We'll put more poison res. Sacred plating is... Oh god, imbued silver. Can we even afford this? Yeah, that'll be fine. And then blessed steel is just imbued silver. Yeah, okay. We have the well, we've got 100% armor absorption. We just our shoulder armor is not good. But hey, we're up to 24k health. Base regen's about 3,300. Like, we could probably do better on augments, but let's run Malmoth. All right, Bubble Gamboni, have a good one. Thanks for dropping by, and I'll see you next time. Yeah, we're not going to do the side quests. We're just going to kill Theoden, kill Korvac, and then we might see if we can get a higher armor shoulder. But if not, we might just go straight to Lokar. Okay, so I feel like the wagons and everything else is just so on the way, it makes sense to do. But the Black Iron Docks and actually going into the council chamber is more of a diversion than I'm willing to do. All right, we'll get this out. Yeah, I've got like 45 minutes, so we should be fine. If we finish a tiny bit early, we finish a tiny bit early. We'll be doing Lightning Rune Callistor fresh start run starting Tuesday. I need to actually check something. That's a nice shield. We'll take that. Okay, so yeah, Eldritch fires on Blackwater Cocktail, so that's good. Alright, Phoenix Fire, you can go Stormfire. Alright.
I was beginning to read. I've spoken with Corinne. The outpost of resistance had it.
There you are. Well discussed.
Haven't seen it, Suffocate. Anyone else? I found his memory. All the stuff that's on the way will do.
Well, good.
So, welcome in, Mr. Tech. How's it going? Alright, we are... Okay, we're closing in on Crown Hill. Feels a little ridiculous that we're still running around with a level 50 something piece of armor on our shoulders, but they just haven't dropped anything. On his memory. we're not actually going to do the Black Iron Docks,
I'm talking about the.
but we'll take the quest anyway.
So this is what preliminary reports.
Alright. We'll get the first one of the vents, and then we'll port back. See if there's any minuscule chance that Ivanda gave us a legendary we can use. Nope. Alright, so once you get to Crown Hill and talk to Ulgrim, or any point after that, if you're honored with Coven, you can go talk to someone here. She'll give you a quest to find the ethereal that possessed you. On Ultimate, it's worth an extra skill point, so always worth doing on Ultimate. You know, we'll take the additional DA. Why not? So yeah, 250 reduced targets OA, so our effective DA is a bit over 2,800. Our effective OA is, yeah, it's about the same. So these aren't amazing numbers, but on an SSF character, sometimes you compromise a bit. We got sundered there. It was a little lazy. Okay, we killed Theoden, so that finishes Malmoth.
Tell me. So can't afford to underestimate our enemies.
Alright, I'm going to reset. I'm going to do a quick run through the Cronley area to try to get a upgraded shoulder. Then we'll do Korvac, and then we will probably just do Lokar. Alright, Korvac. Yeah, so we're just going to rush through everything. Maybe we'll do the totem if it's kind of convenient and on the way. If I don't see it, we'll just skip it. Well, totem is right here, so I think we have to do it. And we got the boss as well, which I can't see anything because he has a Sunder volcano thing, which is very difficult to see when we're setting the entire ground on fire ourselves. Hold on. Spirit OA percent DA. Nah. I'll just go straight to Father Kaimon.
It is too late.
So this area is probably in the base game the best place to farm gargoyle belts. Like, we ran into an elite here, so we're going to kill him to see if he drops anything good, but he doesn't. But yeah, there are a ton of gargoyle spawn points, and you'll typically get a couple of elites as well, which have a better chance of dropping an item. If we specifically see an elite, I'll take the time to kill it, but I'm not going out of my way waiting for them to spawn. Yeah, nothing good. Wow, 2 phases of meteors. We really are not doing damage in this build.
His count has been cracked.
Alright, well, we are going to show Lokar a little bit of respect and pot up, so I need to farm a couple more blooms to make the Drangul pot and Ugdensalv. Of all the things that we're gonna get right before we fight Lokar. That is too funny. I mean, we're obviously going to wear this, but I mean, what are the odds? Alright, we're just gonna triple check. Yeah, okay, this is on Cocktail, that's fine. And Cocktail does its own RR, so... we'll get a couple more blooms. Oh, alright, we've got 5, which means... Alright, take this off. What is this? This gives us a tiny bit of health. It's Petrify Res and Bleed Res mostly. We do lose a little bit of the flat, but... for Blackwater Cocktail, this is just better. I mean, it has to be. It's got... obviously, Living Armor is going to add some more OA. So that's not an issue. This has way more DA. Yeah, this is... Kingsguard Powder. Take the Living Armor off. It's not a bad roll. It's a shame to kill this, but I'm not going to farm more blooms. Alright, so yeah, we got 25k health. We're going to pot up for Lokar. So that means Elixir of the Drangul and Ugden. Although, I think I want the flat health and energy. Alright. Alright. Let's go fight Lokar, see how this goes. Alright, so we have CDR, he has DR and poison damage. That's actually... CDR is nice for things like Blast Shield and being able to reset Cocktail a little bit faster. So, I'm okay with these mutators. Alright. Pot pot. And okay, our base regen's 3,300. We've got 27k health. Let's see how this goes. You're not taking a lot of damage, unfortunately. Don't want to get hit by all these at once. Wait, Blast Shield is up, so we're good for a moment. Let's try not to get sundered too much. Blast Shield again. We actually do have Ulo if we really want to use it. Try not to get hit by the fire coming back. Alright, and Lokar's dead. I mean, he does damage, but we have a ton of regen, which makes the fight fairly straightforward. You just have to watch for Blast Shield to be on cooldown. If you had an emergency, we had the option of clustering, but we didn't need to use it. So, let's see. Alright, so 18 hours, 32 minutes from start to Lokar kill. Could definitely, I feel like that could definitely be faster if we had better luck with farming and some other things, but it was not to be. We're still using this level 50-something piece of armor because just nothing else dropped. But for the most part, like, Rune Card to Scorching, it's level 92, but for an offhand, that's okay. Infernal of Scorching was very nice. Tempest of the Fox is decent. Harmonious of Attack was great for us. Devastating of Scorching. Basically taking this for the 8% OA to Flame Touched and the fire damage. We got this right before we fought Lokar, which +2 to the nodes that do damage reduction and RR for Blackwater Cocktail. Clerics of the Eagle, Dreeg Pants, Serenity. Mighty of the Untamed. Mighty's not the best, but of the Untamed is health, OA, Aetherez, and such, so it's still pretty good. We got One Piece Blaze Seer. Spell Sage Boots, which is just a kind of generic boot. We didn't find anything better. Rune Singe Handguard, same thing, just generic elemental damage support gloves that we didn't find anything better. So we can definitely do a little bit better in terms of gear, but this was good enough to kill Lokar on a regen build. Addicted to Karen. So for Lokar, if you're melee, you want to either be very tanky or also have a lot of life leech so that you can just heal very quickly. Depending on what class you are, you might have access to something like Necromancer's Mark of Torment, which is damage absorption. Arcanist is going to have Mirror, which will give you 100% absorption. And if you have really high damage, you can just go in cluster if you can kill them in 8 seconds. Or you just wait until you need the cluster, and then it should be fine. So that's the last episode for the mostly fresh start Elementalist. And that should wrap us up. Let's take a look, see who's on. Alright, we've got Magic for playing Grim Dawn. We'll raid him, give him the old jump scare. Appreciate you guys hanging out. I'll be back on Tuesday. We'll be starting a Lightning Runical store, mostly fresh start character then. So that should be fun. I don't want to jinx it, but I suspect that might be a little bit smoother than this, especially when we're getting into kind of single target damage, totem farming, and things along those lines. But I mean, Blackwater Cocktail Elementalist with regen is very chill, so it has that going for it, even though single target damage is not going to be the best. If you have legendary sets that boost your damage, then it's probably going to be better. But if you're SSF, you might struggle to find some of those. Thanks, Meatball. Yeah, I had fun playing this. Got trolled a little bit farming Gallus and some other stuff, but we did get some good gear in the end. All right, let's go say hi to Magi. Thanks again, guys, and have a good one. I'll see you next time.